Cool. So yeah, we are live over on the YouTubes. Hey there, YouTubes. If you'd like to lurk there, I'd appreciate it. No worries if not. It just helps me get the watch hours up. Now, granted, making videos is the right way to get the watch hours up, but this is a good, like I'm gonna be streaming anyway kind of thing. I think the music is broken though. Oh, that is loud. Sorry, YouTube. There we go. Let me know if I need to turn the volume up over on YouTube. And yeah, how was everyone's Thanksgiving? Anyone that celebrates, and if you don't, no big deal. The fried chicken I made yesterday was amazing. Like, really good. Okay, so test Basil here does not need that. We don't need publish host. We do need that chunk. We can get rid of that and that now. The elixir will end up doing similarly, but we want to make the PHP work first before we do too much other stuff. Ooh. Is there a PHP Composer GitHub action? Oh, interesting. I think I still end up needing the container for it. Caching dependencies, yep. Now, do we see that this is going to try and run things for us? Looks like it's going to install dependencies and everything for us. So then we end up just running the composer test function. Okay. Ooh. We don't actually... Nah. I think I want to skip this part. I don't think I want that. So yeah, caching dependencies inside of this, we definitely want to do. We'll call it temp composer cache. We'll do that stuff. It's possible... Yeah, I think we're good there. We probably do want to do the install. We probably do want to do the test in this same way. We haven't installed Composer, though, and that's happening inside of our Docker file. Name here is install composer. All right, let's see if that works. All right, we see the two jobs that depend upon publish server, or publish test server, technically. We got them named right. Both of them are going to fail because we have failing tests for both. But we at least want to see the tests get to the point where they can hit our test server. And in fact, test Bazel may have an issue. We'll have to see. But let's look at test PHP because that's the one that we just modified. So installing Composer. Okay. We probably want to give that a name at some point. Ah, we do fail with get address info, temporary failure in name resolution. The host is test-server. We do an ls-a inside of the PHP folder. But it still fails this step. Oh. Hold on. I forgot the service. Yeah, I totally forgot the service. So we do have to duplicate this service, which is not ideal. All right. Hopefully this one works. And if not, too bad. We're going to move on to the Python stuff. I just wanted to do one last ditch effort of seeing if we could run within the container properly. I do wonder if there's some reusable way of defining the service once and then just referencing it in here somewhere. Right, instead of having to duplicate all of this. But that's for another day. Ooh, the test Basil actually passed? Oh, because we have that commented out in the test Basil. That's right, that's right. All right, so here in the test PHP, we do the initialize of the container. It takes its own sweet time to do the health check and make sure it's up and running. But then after the health check completes, we should be confident that the composer dependencies, or that everything will just work, right? That the container is up and running, that we can test it. Let's double check. And yeah, yours was all right. Drove up to see your sister. Nice, nice. Trying to get your mom to be more involved with family. That's something I'm really bad with. Hey, all right. So we get the networking to work just fine. I think this is the move. Duplicating the service logic is fine. So we can refactor the Elixir code to do similar. Yeah, but all right, cool. We can get rid of a lot of this junk now. So let's get rid of that. Test Basil, we can uncomment all of this. Oop. I know, right, Kirby? After all that effort? Yeah. So next step would be creating a job specifically for the Elixir so that we can run that within its own container. And it runs parallel to all these others, which I think is a very nice part of that. Right? So getting all these running concurrently, that's awesome. Especially like the Basil stuff. Inside of the Basil part, all of those run concurrently as well. So parallelizing as much as possible is a major goal. Eventually getting the test PHP and test Elixir stuff into the test Basil step that would be better, because then it's all managed by the same thing. But yeah, we're doing all right. So I'm going to leave that commented. I'm going to do that because we don't need the name there anymore. We're going to call all that good. And we'll just do one more push. Just, you know, cleaning things up. Hold on. We should also delete some files. We don't end up needing this file anymore, which is nice. That file was a huge pain, right? Like, ugh. These Docker Compose CI files are going to go away here soon. We don't need to delete those yet. And the changes to package lock here we can ignore. This Docker folder we can remove. Not sure we need that Docker ignore anymore either. And it's only 2 lines, so we can always replace it if we need to. So yeah, I think we're good there. Fix, clean up unnecessary files and folders. Now that we have GitHub Actions working in a clean way. We're not quite done with this branch. We are going to want to make sure that we get the elixir finished in this branch too. We might want to just get this merged in. Yeah, let's do that. This branch makes the PHP code testing. The title is instead better PHP or working PHP GitHub action job. Right, and look at all those commits. Yikes. Luckily, we can just squash and merge. Circle CI build, we can ignore. I think the rest is fine. Confirm, squash, and merge. Sure. So now if we go look at the code, let's just double check. Does our commit history look a little bit prettier after that? Yeah, right? So all of those commits we just did were squashed together and pushed through here. Right? A lot of these would be nice to clean up, but we're going to end up doing so much that these are going to be buried. So we're good there. English only, please. Right? We force that rule upon everybody, so it's worth making sure that, you know, we're all on the same page. And I need to enforce it evenly. So, sorry about that, but English only, and we're good to go. And real quick, Brominator and Getting Code Done. Thank you for the follows. Oh, man. I see Ryan Winchester over in the Alt F4 stream. I just followed that dude on Twitter. He seems super cool. And yes, he is an Elixir shell, which is fine. Yeah, welcome. Happy to have you. And how's it going, Matt? And how's it going, Ben? Welcome, guys. So yeah, we got the PHP building. We can solve the Elixir part later. We're done with the GitHub Action stuff. We actually solved it. The right way to go was simply to split it out into its own container, right? And then running within the container, it gets access to. I get it, Matt, but come on. If that's going to be a common pattern from you to push the envelope like that, we're not going to get along very well. But yeah, running within the container gives us access to the network, and we're good to go. All right, so we can close some of these, and let's get to the Python stuff. Okay, so let's look at the older code we got. Client Python here does exist, right? This is part of the version 0.x of our code. I think I'm still going to stick with pip and pipenv. We could pivot to poetry. Who here does a significant amount of Python work? We had someone yesterday definitely giving us good reasons to go for poetry. Do we think it's worthwhile? Right? Is it a better developer experience for people that want to contribute? That would be worthwhile. Oh, it's fine, Lady Blue Notes. Just curious. I know there's some people out there that use Python. That's why we've got people watching right now that typically wouldn't. So yes, I am going to need help with this Python stuff. I am not a huge expert with it. We do have 2 basic files here. A lot of this is going to be changed and improved in some major ways. Used it quite heavily in the past. And in those cases, was there a major reason to opt for poetry instead of pip? So poetry has a publishing framework built in, which pipenv does not. So when you're talking about that, you're talking about pushing up to PyPy, right? Or Pippi. Okay. Yeah, I believe I had to write some scripts for publishing to Pippi. Pipey? I'm just gonna say Pippi. I think it's fine. Well, that's just the creepiest way of phrasing Pippi Longstocking. Stalking instead of stocking? Interesting. We are going to have some enums and things like that. So yeah. Should we put it to a vote? To poetry or not to poetry? That is the question. Pippi and Mary. There you go. We've had first deploy. What about second deploy? All right, so we got one vote for poetry so far. Anyone on YouTube got a preference? What do you think? Poetry or Pippi ND? Wow. A lot of support for poetry. All right. So I think that's decided. We got what, like a minute left? No, that's fine. Makes sense. Keep in mind that we've done the publish thing before. We already exist up on PyPy, so I don't mind writing a script either. Now, we haven't touched it for a while, and it's the 0.0.1, and there's no description or any of that junk. I was basically just saying we've already done a publish, right? Now, it's old, but I don't mind writing a script to do these things. We've totally done that. They're trying to sell you drones? Interesting. Two ads of don't vape? Yeah, don't vape. Come on. Shit. Oh, and then there's Liz. Yeah. Oh. All right, had to shout that out. All right, so brace yourselves. Faster depths, theoretically? Yeah, so we'll switch to poetry. Yeah, it's news to me. I haven't used poetry, so it's a good learning experience. Oh my god, this is such a surprise. How you doing, Alt F4, Mr. Sir? I'm even wearing the hoodie. Damn right. It is such a warm hoodie. It's perfect for winter. Right? For going on, like, you know, the walk in the morning and stuff. So yeah, you're doing some RESTful APIs with Go and Nix. Nice, nice. We've been doing a bit of a Bazel excursion. Have you messed with Bazel much? I know, I'm a raider of my own stream. So is Vibrant Neon. Oh, new unban request, eh? Oh, wait, really? I don't remember that. Okay, yeah, totally. Honestly, I'm sorry about that. I don't want to necessarily dox you. Person who got unbanned. Yeah. Again, it's not about loving a thing. It's just not. It's about not talking shit about a thing, right? I think that's the goal. Okay, thank you. Right? It's not about you having to love a thing. It's just simply about not bringing that negativity of like languages into things, right? So appreciate you, thank you. I saw you shilling some Elixir over on Alt F4 stream. We just built out some Elixir code. You missed it. Yeah, we are working on our feature flag tool. Yeah, no worries, Alt F4. Appreciate you. Yeah, Elixir's great. Yeah, we just read a really good article about Elixir at ramp. If I could type. Where was it? Ramp? Here we go. Yeah, this was a good blog post about like Elixir and some of the cool stuff about it. We read that during the news crawl earlier. But yeah, so if anyone was here a couple years ago, we have this tool called Vexilla. It is a feature flag tool that uses static files as its core thing, you know, to live remotely for you to consume. And all the logic... Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was shouting it out. Dude, it is such a good warm hoodie. Like, yeah, you guys really nailed it on, like, the place you sourced the hoodies from before printing. Like, yeah, really nice. Really good, warm, awesome hoodies. Wait, what? Really? You got them just to give to people? Aw. Well, that makes me feel even more special. Dude, thank you. But yeah, basically all of the logic for our feature flag stuff lives in client libraries. And that is where they evaluate the JSON file that lives remotely and do magic based upon runtime feature flags. If your feature flags are not evaluated at runtime remotely, they're just glorified environment variables. So that's the main key. We're building a tool for indie hackers, for startups, for all sorts of stuff, right? So that, you know, you could have feature flags for your mobile app. You could have feature flags for your game on Steam. All sorts of things. They're very important. We could do a spiel about why they're important, but, you know, we could just also just assume that they are important and move on with building out some Python code. We are about to take the version 0.x of Vexilla, like the Python library, and update it towards 1.x. The reason for that version change is we have added way more stuff to the schema. So now we support scheduling. Now we support a selective list of, you know, users or whatever, or things you want to select from. We also support a value-based feature flag as well. So what is a value-based flag? Just imagine that you want to change your pricing values at runtime, right? Let's say you created a new billing product within the iOS like App Store. You would typically have to redeploy to use that new value, right? To use the new ID that you're referencing for your subscriptions. Instead, if you have it remotely configured, you don't even have to like send out a new version of your app to update your subscriptions or billing or whatever. So that's the power of feature flags. Anyone who's not aware, mobile apps could take easily a week, like in not necessarily the worst case, but in a common case of, you know, going through the process with Apple for reviews and all that stuff. It gets really annoying. And hey, Ryan, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Who got hit? Who got slapped with the substick? Gavin, Goatmeal, H. Mendoza, Noodles, right? I think I pronounced that right. Noodles and Terrace. So yeah, thank you for those gifted subs, man. Appreciate you. And yeah, we already made the Elixir SDK. It does have a failing test that we'll have to solve at some point, but you missed out on that one, Ryan. So we haven't published yet, though. So going through the publish process for all these is something we'll have to do soon. And yeah, Ryan, I read your Twitter stuff. You're learning OCaml now too, right? Yeah, how are you liking that process? We've had DM Mulroy coming on stream most Tuesdays to teach us a bunch of like OCaml stuff, which is cool. And I kind of notice a bunch of similarities between OCaml and Elixir, at least as far as like piping and like functional stuff goes. So yeah, kind of cool. Pit Bullet, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Ryan, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, I mean, it's not even new, right? For people that remember, the original Rust compiler was written in OCaml. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm old. I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers, too. And hey, Glasses. Have you checked out the Ghostbusters game? I think Algo Bro and Acorn and, you know, some of the people I game with, we were thinking about, like, you know, getting some sessions going for that. Because it's like one of those async kind of games where, like, one person plays the ghost and tries to, like, haunt things without getting caught, and then 4 other people play, like, the Ghostbusters. So that could be cool. Just throwing it out there. I think one of the nice parts is you don't need a full group. You can actually have, like, some of the roles be filled in by AI or whatever. And then it means you don't have to have, like, randoms joining you, because that can ruin the, you know, the experience sometimes. Left 4 Dead 2, there you go. Sounds like Left 4 Dead 2 Infected rounds? I don't know, I never played it. Giraffe. There was a YouTube video about a company that gave a lecture to college students on how they used OCaml. Anyone know what that video's called? I'm not aware of that video. I'm sure DM Mulroy would know. Trying to convince Dylan to have an OCaml conf where he feeds us as the pitmaster. Sure. Yeah, that'd be cool. And what's up, Amir? How you doing? Oh, it was a Jane Street thing? Yeah, I think a lot of, I believe I saw Ryan say the same thing. A lot of what has made OCaml more popular is Jane Street's evangelizing it and some of that stuff. Right? And also they have their own like standard library that maybe adds some features that make it easier to work with. Right? Like you can pick a new predicate or whatever, or like you can swap your standard library in OCaml, which is kind of cool. And yeah, it has been a minute. Just a lot of Christmas shopping and prepping. There you go. Nice. Rufford, thank you for the follow. So, yes, today we are doing the Python SDK. We need to update this. The first thing we're going to do is port from pipenv to poetry, which is kind of like when you're doing Python, it's nice to have like individual environments for some things, stuff that really like locks in your version and your dependencies and some other stuff like that. We don't have any third-party dependencies right now, but it doesn't mean we won't. Especially, yeah, we're going to need to do some like time-based things for the scheduling, and that means that we're going to need to, you know, like really look at if a library is necessary or if Python solves that natively. So yeah, I haven't dealt with time things in Python before. So there's going to be a lot of just like, you know, learning. I am not a consistent Python developer. I've done a little bit before, right? Like I wrote this code. All this is basically going to get gutted and made differently. Luckily, though, it's a more dynamic language than some of the others we've dealt with, so we're not going to have to do like the crazy hacks that we had to do for some of the Go code and some of the other like strictly typed languages. So it allows us to maybe be a little more loosey-goosey with how we do things, which is nice. One thing we are going to stick with is, you saw here, we're doing Python 3.6. We're going to stick with Python 3.6 because some measurements we saw, they're from 2022, but they're recent enough for us, is that 3.6 is still the most commonly used one, and it should still be forward compatible for 3.7, 8, 9, etc. Yeah, exactly, Nearland. That's pretty much why we're doing this. I think we have a value add, or basically like a moat of the languages that we support. So Feature Visor is great. Growthbook is great. There's another one that Vexilla is invested into, or at least partnered with, called Hypertune, which is really cool. We actually do a little bit of what Hypertune does, in that we want to treat a Git repo as a source of truth. That way you get actual like traceability of who modified what and when, which becomes very useful for larger organizations that need to have audit tracking, right? Auditability, etc. So yeah, we're kind of like piecing together a bunch of things that other tools do, and also creating a bit of a moat with our language support. Because again, we don't have a server that we're running, it's just a static file somewhere. The SDKs need to be responsible for everything. So yes, our SDKs can be our moat. And at the bare minimum, it can at least be a thing I can talk about in job interviews for something that would allow me to do SDKs on stream for a job. And I am looking right now because the company I worked at had to do a reduction in workforce. I don't like using the word better, right? But I'm not aware of fun with flags. So let me go look at it real quick. For the most part, this is static file based. So a lot of other tools are not static file based. This is an Elixir based flag tool. When we look at it, they've got Boolean gates, they've got an actor gate. So we support that too. And I'm not sure what the difference between an actor and a group would be. That seems more like just Okay, so maybe actor is part of like hashing, right? Because we do gradual release and some things like that. Percentage of a time gate? This seems like a gradual release. Yeah, we do a gradual release thing. There's actually, the way that we're doing our hashing of a user ID or whatever to do gradual releases is actually kind of novel. And we've got like a fun blog post we'll make about that eventually. I don't really see scheduling, and I don't really see how this gets hosted. Right? So is this basically like you end up running a server somewhere? Yeah, it seems to me like this is very focused on like living within your server in some way. And that is not our goal. Our goal is to have it be a static file somewhere because that gives you pretty much infinite scalability. If your static file is living on S3, then you only have to worry about it not running if S3 goes down. And if S3 goes down, the world has bigger problems. So yeah, the main gist is scalability without effort. So yeah, I think we're just solving a different problem. Thank you. Yeah. I would say version 1.x is not ready yet, and version 0.x is, I don't know. I mean, I'm making 1.x because I think 0.x is lacking. So when we do a release of Vexilla 1.x, I'm happy to possibly, like, you know, do on-stream sessions of helping people implement it, discussing things like that. I think starting a bit of like a services company around people setting up feature flags would be useful. One of my favorite things I'm doing, Ryan, is we have a CLI tool that actually goes and grabs the feature flag JSON file and combs over it to generate enums or constants, depending on your language, for whatever language you're using. So what do I mean by that? Oh, buddy, let me show you. We basically create templates for all these languages. We're using Mustache for that templating, but it means that we can output JavaScript, TypeScript, Rust, Go, C#, and Elixir, and PHP files for you to actually have like better type safety within your editors, and you get auto completion and all sorts of nice stuff with that. So I think that's really like where we can jump ahead. We can give you type safety from what is basically a static JSON file. We'll also end up creating a CLI tool to help you evaluate stale flags. It'll probably just be warnings rather than trying to modify stuff. But if you've ever done feature flags at scale like Uber, there's Uber Piranha, and it is very specific towards their feature flagging, and it will actually refactor your code for you. I think that's a little outside of scope for now, but having warnings about stale flags would be useful in CI/CD, and we can build a tool for that too. So I think there's a lot of like room for us to solve dev tooling problems in ways that other tools are not solving, and that gives us like a solid niche. But yeah, still a lot of work to do. Lots of work to do. You're lucky you all came in here today. For the past couple days, we've been fighting GitHub Actions to try and get like our test server spun up and like, you know, making all of our code testable. A little bit before that, we were fighting Bazel for a bunch of stuff too. And yeah, we ended up opting out of Bazel for the Elixir and the PHP code because the Bazel rules for those things are either out of date in the case of PHP, like it hasn't been touched in 7 years, or the documentation is more focused on like Erlang and some of that stuff for the Elixir stuff. But it is maintained, at least, by RabbitMQ. But yes, because I didn't find any good docs or like just good, easy examples for an Elixir project, we just opted out of it for now. And we'll see if there's good Bazel stuff for Python as well. And yeah, Bazel is brand new to me. There is a job I recently applied for that had Bazel in their like description of like a nice to have skill. So, you know, trying to get better with that, I hope makes me more applicable to it. But yeah, just having fun. So yeah, what's everyone else up to? Like, how's your day going? Anything fun? Anyone still stuffed from Turkey yesterday or anything? And yeah, let's get started with poetry. And hey, what's up, YouTuber? Yeah, we got rated by the awesome Alt F4 stream. Let me see. I can grab a link for people over on YouTube. There we go. Yeah, there you go, YouTuber. So you just finished Thanksgiving Dinner V2, and you're about to watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Ooh, that's a classic. Nailed it. Experior, you're creating a hobby project for tracking personal finances with Fiverr in Go. Cool. Ooh, ZBrush. Oh, ZBrush is really cool. Nice. Experior slowly dying and tempted to game for a bit and then hit bed. Yeah, that makes sense. Go for it. Yeah, what game would you play? Coffee and Coding is working on a bracket colorizer extension for VS Code that colorizes bracket variable placeholder pairs. I'm not sure I know what that means. Yeah, like, how does it improve upon... Oh, it's like Rust specific. Okay, cool. Yeah, because there used to be a bracket colorizer for VS Code as an extension, and VS Code realized that it was so commonly installed, and because of the APIs they were exposing, it didn't have the level of performance that was necessary. So they ended up implementing their own bracket colorizer in VS Code that was able to use internal APIs to be faster. Yeah, Jamin, we got rated by the Alt F4 stream, who I think got rated by the Primogen? But yeah, what's up, Jamin? How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, the raid chain is the best part. Damn right, Experior. Yeah, it's one big happy family. With occasional drama. Like all families. I actually just have a second streaming tool. Oh, it was Melky that raided. Oh, okay. And then maybe Melky got the Primogen raid? Okay, that makes more sense. Cool. Another awesome raid chain. But yeah, I'm using another tool called SplitCam, just because it allows me to separate like audio a bit better if I want. Things like that. And because I'm on fiber now, I can afford like the bandwidth. Okay, so yeah, like definitely some type of chain. I think someone mentioned that maybe Melky was in between those, but you know, also another great stream. But yeah, we need to get poetry installed. Do they have a good getting started for us? Ooh, system requirements. Oh, so poetry and ASDF don't play well together? Interesting. Heading to relatives after a bit. Hope today you won't be talking about the moon landing being faked unlike yesterday. Yikes. Brutal. Yeah, Jamin, you got some spicy Thanksgiving dinners. Brutal. Oh, copy and coding. I get that. So if you're going to be doing like string formatting, right? Right? Interpolation, you could colorize the brackets the same color as the variable. Oh, that's a very good explanation. Okay. Yeah, that's really cool. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I like that. That's really good. And yeah, I crashed my bike. Yes. Buzz Aldrin is the one that did it? Or the other guy? One of them definitely punched somebody in the face. Yeah, so the 3.8 being a requirement is an issue, because we do want to pin to 3.6. So maybe we can't do poetry. Yeah, so Johnny, that's tricky. Now, here's the question. Is it just that poetry needs 3.8 for itself to run? It was Buzz? Okay. But can poetry manage 3.6 environments? Is that possible? Because we definitely want to make sure that we're just doing like 3.6, because we want to make sure we have broad language support. So hold on. Python-v, what do we have locally? So Mac still ships a 2.7. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I keep forgetting about that. So we're on 3.11 locally, right? Would we be able to manage a 3.6 project using poetry? I think I'm using pipenv. Yeah. So I was using pipenv, and we'll see. But yeah, no worries, Jamin. Thank you for chilling. And hold up. Haven't seen Jamin stream on Twitch for a while, but he has an awesome YouTube channel. So we'll at least shout out Jamin here, and you can probably find the YouTube link over in his profile. So yeah, go check it out. He does a lot of really good React Native content. And also like AI-focused content. It would require 2 Python versions at least. Yeah, would I want to actually like Dockerize this? Is that the right approach? Which is doable. It's an option. Real quick, let me shout out some other follows. Rufford, I might have missed, thank you. And Nubdub. I like that name. I don't know why. And hold up, YouTuber, what are you stealing for your PowerShell tools? Sorry, I might have missed that part. All right, let's pour another beverage. And what's up, Rondolph? Yeah, it's Python Day, especially because we solved the PHP GitHub Action issue yesterday. Or we solved it today, but yeah, the issue that we were having yesterday. And how's it going, Alfredo? Mr. Sir. So each of the following installation methods ensures that poetry is installed into an isolated environment. So pipx. Do we have pipx? What are we building? We're going to be building the Python SDK for Vexilla. Technically, we're going to be upgrading the Python SDK for Vexilla. So I might not have pipx installed, but that does seem useful. As of 2022, yes, Experior. I don't have any better usage statistics. If you have a better use case or a better like source of them, I'll happily look. I feel like PyPy or Pippy, I'm gonna keep saying Pippy. I feel like Pippy should have those usage statistics, but maybe not. But if we look at Python version usage statistics, we were looking at W3 text, which might not be that useful, right? The data wasn't updated that recently. But yeah, as of... Oh, wait, no, we do see it. Yeah. So, yeah, as of November 24th of this year, 27% of users are still on 3.6. That is enough of a portion of our user base that I think it's hugely necessary. And 3.6... should be forward compatible with 3.7 and 3.8 as well, right? So by solving 3.6, we solve everything to there, which is like 90%, at least 80% of our user base, or of the Python user base. That's our main goal. We want to try and satisfy 80% of these ecosystems, which is why we had to opt for PHP 7.4 as well. PHP 7.4 gets us 80% of PHP users and 80% of WordPress users as well. Thank you, YouTuber. Just making sure. Will 3.8 be dominant by the time our tool takes off? Even then, if we can satisfy 20% of users, right? We do see this number going down over time, but it's not going down that quickly. So at this point, I still think satisfying 20% is worth it. Even if we could opt for 3.7, I bet 3.7 is end of life as well, right? Yeah, Experior, I mean, if we're gonna guess, it's probably Debian. Debian is fairly slow to update. Just a wild guess. Maybe it's Slackware. I don't know. My guess is, based on these usage statistics, it's something as popular as Debian. So yeah, right? Being able to check off that much of our user base and even the 3.11 and 3.12, yeah, we're hitting at least 90% usage here. So I think 3.6 is still a valuable target. And maybe this would make a good blog post. Ooh, yep. Hold up. We're adding this to our list. So a blog article about our hashing algorithm, remove the placeholders, do some styling fine-tuning. Boom, blog article about language version usage and decision process. So, all right. Yep. We still need to target 3.6. And yeah, this site, really good. All right, so pipx. Ooh, pipx drops Python 3.7 support. So YouTuber, we have no way of measuring that, right? That 20% that are on 3.6. We have no way of measuring that. Eventually, we might be able to establish some type of telemetry. People hate telemetry, though. But I think for now, we can solve based upon the data we have available, and that data does say 3.6 is worth targeting. Now, that said, yeah, like the pipx install might work, but not sure how Poetry will identify the 3.6 installation afterwards. Yeah, exactly, YouTuber. You know, if you use tools without telemetry, don't get mad if you get bugs, right? Because you're not allowing them to fix them. You're not giving them the data they need to solve those problems. So, yeah. So we do see that Poetry can use, or at least target 3.7, which is lower than their required version, right? Maybe these docs are out of date, but I don't know, right? We can just try it. Yeah, I think basically Poetry just needs to be installed within like the right version. But then after that, its environment is separate from the one you're targeting for build and usage. So I think we should be good. Ooh, so Pippy Stats has some values too. Okay. So maybe W3 tests or whatever or is not good? So it looks like 3.7 is still pretty high usage. All right, let's look at it as of here. The green is 3.6. That still seems significant enough for me to care, right? Yeah, the graph is a little hard to read. We could look at the last, what, 30 days? Can I click the versions? Oh, that does turn them off and on. Yeah. All right. Oop, oop. So we don't care about 2.6, 7, 8, 3.1, no. 2, 3, 4, or 5. That is the right line there. Yeah, so I think that's still a bunch of downloads. Here it's only 5% on the Pippy stats, though. But then when we look at 3.7, it's a significant number, right? 3.8, 9, 10, 11. If we do 3.6, we still solve a fairly significant portion. I would love to see these as percentages rather than just downloads. But it looks like, hold on, we do see percentage right here. So 4%. Yeah, it was just the next one. Yeah, these graphs are a little tough. Right, so from 3.6 to 3.7, that's a significant bump. 3.7 could be our baseline. Are there any major language features that we need to target? Or that we would like to use that are available in 3.7 but not available in 3.6? So, for the most part, would sacrificing this 4% of users give us a better developer experience for building Vexilla? I don't think so. Right? I don't know what language features we would need, but for the most part, what we're building is fairly simple. So I don't think we need a lot of crazy language features. We could probably go back further than 3.6 as well. Yes. Would it be worth it, though? Because looking at it, the next version down, 3.5, is 0.14. So at that point, Whether a dependency we might want to use has security support for older Python. Yeah, so as far as dependencies, I think the only dependency we end up needing is datetime stuff. So what is the recommended datetime library for Python? Do we just want to use the built-in datetime library? Is it really just built in? What if people making money who want to be my customer are too busy to upgrade their Python? Like, yeah, literally, Mr. Steezy McSteez, I totally agree. Not many big, cool new things in 3.7. Okay, yeah, let's take a look. And I think that basically makes our decision for us. If there's not anything we lose by targeting 3.6, and it still, like, gets us an extra 4%, which are potential customers, are we good? So here's the biggest thing, Xperior. Technically, if they're on Python 2, and they're the big bucks and they're the money payers, they could always pay us a services contract to build out a Python 2 client for them. I'm totally down with that, right? But how much do we want to do basically for free? So, yeah, at some point, I think services contracts could be done for farther back support if we need to do it. Looks like 3.7. Is this giving us async await support, or is it just now a reserved keyword? $1 million! Right? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Microsoft. Yeah. Oh, you want to target an older version of VB? Yeah, we could totally establish a services contract for you. No problem. Right? So I think that is a use case. Now, here's the thing, right? Async await. Is it just that now it's reserved? Or does 3.7 actually give us async await? New in version 3.5. Okay, so, yeah, it looks like it was just reserved at that point. Okay, easy enough. So as long as we get async await support, I think that's important, because that will affect how we write code. But they were not reserved keywords. Okay, perfect. No, I haven't seen that on. That's not good. So yeah, I think we don't lose much by targeting 3.6. And we gain 4% of users. That's not an insignificant number. So I think that 4% is worth targeting, especially because we don't really gain much by targeting 3.7. We absolutely want to support 3.7 though. Make poetry export the requirements.txt file. Yeah, it's more for our development, yeah. Yeah, so Mr. Steezy, anything prefixed with client dash is the version 0.x, and we're bringing them back up to date. So those are like the legacy clients that we just like copied and pasted into the monorepo. So version 0.x supported those, but version 0.x is an older version of the schema, and we are updating our clients to support the new schema. And, you know, anything without the client dash is something that we have recently updated. Anything with the client dash as a prefix is older stuff that we're now just bringing into the monorepo so that we can manage all of it in sync with each other. But yes, anything with client dash still needs to be, like, updated. But yeah, that's the goal. I want to support 10 plus clients. I think that is our moat. That is like the value we bring. It's almost like a feature flag. It's a convention technically, but yeah. I mean, Mr. Tomed, we just saw examples over in the poetry documentation. Right? Managing environments. We see they're already saying poetry env use 3.7. So I think it's fine. So yeah, it makes sense, YouTuber. Thank you. Do we think the docs are out of date, though? Right? Yeah, hopefully it's not an outdated docs page. Where do we think we could maybe see that? in their GitHub, right? Their docs should be public. We could see if they've been updated. They've probably been updated, but I don't know. Worst case scenario, we can try it, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So you think Poetry ENV is just a wrapper for PyENV? Okay. Yeah, one of the big things they were talking about at the beginning, where we went for the installation stuff, is that it requires 3.8 plus, but Poetry should always be installed in a dedicated virtual environment, right? Which basically means the 3.8 is just for it to operate and its dependencies. So I think it should still be able to manage other stuff. No, so Giraffe, we did click on the async part, right? When we go up here, async is available in 3.5. So we're fine there, right? It's just the keywords are now reserved in 3.7. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Tillman. Yep, we're going to do that. We're just making sure that everyone's on the same page. So yeah, Giraffe, async await itself is available, right? But now await and async are reserved keywords. I don't think that's going to cause us much issue, right? We don't see anything else that, really shouts it out. We're not going to worry about the 3.12 junk, right? So I think we're good. Right, so here's this stuff. So Red Hat Linux is supporting 3.6 until 2029, and Red Hat Linux is enterprise. So yeah, we want to make sure we can support at least a bunch of enterprise. So when you say the async IO part, where do you see that? Like, do you have a link to the specific section? Oh, and sorry, one second. No, one second. It's just to prevent the random spammers. I don't think I'm going to need any of this. The only thing I'm going to need is basically like being able to fetch the JSON file. That's the only like async task I'm going to have. So I don't think I even need all of this junk. Yeah, exactly, right? Like the amount that I would be losing is pretty minimal. Yeah, I'm not even sure it's worth it to do the fetch, because, like, the fetch needs to be treated. Yeah, I don't even have to do that async. Exactly. Do I maybe want to expose it as async for a consumer? Right? So if someone else is doing async stuff, would I at least want to allow them to consume it in an async way? But could they just wrap it as a coroutine themselves outside of me having to do that? So maybe that would be fine too. I don't know enough Python to know the answer. Yeah, so consumers could wrap it in async themselves. Right? Okay. Cool. So yeah, we might not even need that. Right? All we need to do is to be able to make HTTP requests. And if someone wants to wrap that fetch themselves as async, then that's easy enough to do. So I think we're good. Vexilla Special Edition for SAP. Again, yeah. That sounds like money. Smells like money. Must be money. I can make an Apex version for Salesforce stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I like money. All right, so I think we're good. I think we have solidified on 3.6 being the right version to support. Right? So now, let's go. Let's get the install going. We need to install pipx. Chat giveaways for thousands of dollars? We could do it for like a, you know, like a charity or something, sure. I think my main goal is if I can get enough of a user base, some big incumbent feature flag company will just buy me, right? They'll just buy Vexilla. I think monetizing Vexilla into an A/B testing platform or whatever is a future use case possibly, but also just getting bought out by an incumbent would be worthwhile too. All right, so brew install pipx. Will it blend? Yeah, if we can build up enough of a user base, we could probably convince companies to invest in us to create the cloud platform for A/B testing and all that, right? Very similar to like the post-hog stuff. But I think that's an edge case. I think there's a lot more for that to be a viable exit, right? Whereas I think a buyout is a much more likely exit if we can build up a user base. Right? I mean, I imagine this would be really nice as a funnel to larger projects, right? Launch Darkly. This is a funnel. We're on 3.12 locally, Xperior. We are on 3.12 right now. Yeah, that's fine. The whole key is we're going to get pipx, which is the 3.12. We're going to install Poetry, which requires 3.8 plus. Those are in their own environment, and then they manage the 3.6 environment. That's the current assumed way to go. I don't know for sure. I'm guessing. But yeah, I imagine this as a good funnel to a larger company's product, right? They should be looking at it as a marketing funnel. Oh, hey, is Vexilla not quite what you need? Do you need more measurement and A/B testing and blah, blah, blah? Well, hey, we offer this larger product that, you know, we have documentation about the migration path. Boom. Easy. I think that is where the value would be for Vexilla. Just simply as a funnel for other products. What do you need locally running? Yeah, it's just, mix. Yeah, mix should be good. Keep in mind, we've got some bugs with scheduling, right? Time zones are tricky. But if you're not using scheduling, everything else is tested and working. You need a place to fetch the JSON file from. Where is your JSON file? So for the most part, and remember this Vexilla.dev client. Ooh, we might have the client running. Yeah. So app.vexilla.dev would need to be configured, and this JSON file would need to be running somewhere. It just needs to be a JSON file you can fetch via HTTP. In your configuration, you would pass the path where that lives, right? Like the server. Yeah, we don't have the docs perfect right now. So that's another thing I'm going to have to fix. But yes, like your resulting, file from this process would be the goal. Technically, let me see, where do I have that living right now? That's not it. Shoot, I thought I was logged in with Styrofoam Pad here. Yeah, so here you go. So here's an example, like feature flag repo, if you don't want to set all that up yourself. You still need to end up like fetching it from somewhere, and yeah, a bunch of these files are actually outdated. Maybe, Ryan. So technically what you're saying there is if you want to run mixed test, yeah, it would end up, so you would end up needing to pull down the, like the mono repo, and there is a test server package. That would be what you would want to run. And that's like a node-based server. So I see what you're saying now. Sorry. I thought, yeah, if you're trying to run mix.test, then yes, you would need localhost 3000. And, that would be just test server inside of our Vexilla repo. So inside of the mono repo, there is this test server. Ooh. And remember, the tests do fail on the scheduling stuff. I think one of the tests fails, but still, right? But yeah, test server, this is the localhost 3000 that we have running. And it does some magic of like injecting dates into what is basically like a mocked file. So we take this JSON and modify it inside of one of these server endpoints just to make testing time stuff easier. So yeah, this like get file name, if we're going for the scheduled stuff, then, we do a bunch of like mocking or stub stuff. So yeah, gotcha. I was misunderstanding what you were asking. How's Brew doing? Still going. Yeah, this is why I was apprehensive in making sure that we wanted to do the Pipex thing, because Brew is not fast. So that means we got time to chat. And yeah, no worries, Xperior. Yeah, have a good night. See you again soon. You know how often I'm here, so I'll see you again soon, right? Nice. And yeah, Bob, how'd your mom like the stream? I'm sure she was just like, "Why are you watching this?" Right? Like when I was gaming. You find this entertaining? I don't get it. Oh, yeah, I curse a lot, so you got lucky. Oh, you got real lucky. Woo-hee. There you go, Mr. Tomed. Yep. I feel like once you make those comments, it starts to click, though. Right? Why would you watch when you could just do it yourself? And then, boom, you point out that, yeah, they do the same thing. Oh, okay. All right, so yeah, here we are installing again. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun going on? Some people chimed in with what they got going on. What about anyone else? Any plans for the weekend? Whenever I ask that question, I always think about the Primus quote. Funny thing about weekends when you're unemployed, they don't mean quite so much. Except that you get to hang out with your working friends. Hey, what you doing? Yeah, exactly, Mr. Tomed, for sure. Or they want to go out partying on a Wednesday night. Partying on weeknights is quite nice, actually. Less people around. It's like you got the bar to yourself. It's pretty good. Yeah, I applied to some really good companies. You know, it's holiday weekend. I'm not expecting to hear anything back until maybe next week or the week after. But yeah, I applied to some really cool companies. I'm hoping I at least get the interviews. And then it's up to me to blow it. My poor little Mac Mini, I think it's sweating right now. It might even be crying. Yeah, it's like a 2015 or something. It is a bit old. If it were a person, it'd be in the first grade already. It's just now learning how to swear. Is that too early? Let me point this out. And my mom, reminded me of this story the other day. I actually say it all the time. My dad, when I was a baby, used to, he actually trained me to where he would say holy, and I'd say shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. As a baby. Dude, 1, 2 years old type stuff. Yep. So, I've been swearing for ages. I was born into it. Molded by it. There you go, K-Bray. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my mom made my dad promise not to do it when we visited my grandparents on my mom's side, and part of that was, if you do it, I'll tell your parents. And he was like, okay, shit. Like, all right, my bad. It's a good, fun story. Let's move this over so we can actually see the whole thing. We can close some of these tabs. If error? No. If error? No. There you go. Nailed it. Yep. Ooh, good background image. Macoding. Nah, I'm not huge into watching other people's content on stream unless I have permission, things like that. We read blog posts, etc. I feel like I add to the blog post by reading it out loud and adding my own commentary, etc. As far as videos go, I think it's good with permission, but I don't have that permission. But yeah, by narrating a blog post, I think I'm adding to the blog post. So I believe that allows it via, fair use, etc. I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing. And again, nothing against people that do that kind of content. It's just, We do watch some videos every once in a while. Like the Wat video. We could watch Wat. I think that one's old enough that I don't think anyone will be mad. It's a good, quick one. Let's do the Wat video while we're waiting. Has anyone here not seen the Wat video? Do you have no idea what I'm talking about? If so, you are in for a treat. Okay, here you go. Here you go.
All right, good. You guys know what WAT means? WAT. Exactly. Let's talk about Ruby. In Ruby, if you reference an undefined variable, of course it name errors, as you would expect. And if you try to assign B to A with them undefined, of course it name errors, as you would expect. And what happens if you try to assign A to A with A undefined? Nil. Correct. Nil. WAT. Let's talk about Ruby. Ruby, unlike some other dynamic languages, does not have bare words, so you cannot just type words in and have strings come out, unless you define a particular method missing that does the right thing. And then if you type bare words, suddenly Ruby supports bare words. And in fact, it will even support bare words with bangs in them. And this is not deserving of WAT. This is actually a result of how awesome Ruby is. But if you ever actually do this, then WAT.
Listen for the guy that laughs like, you'll never unhear it again.
Does anyone know in JavaScript what array plus array is? Well, let me ask you this first. What should array plus array be? Empty array. I would also accept type error. That is not what array plus array is. Wrong. Wrong. Array plus array is empty string. Obviously, I think that's obvious to everyone. Now, what would array plus object be? This should obviously be type error because those are completely disparate types. Does anyone know what this is? No. Close. No. Far away. It's object. Right. Nicely done. Now, of course, because this is plus, so you can flip the operands and the same thing comes out. So if we do, what? No, that's just an object. If you do object plus array, you should get exactly the same thing, which, as you can see, you do. And finally, the only one of these that's actually true is, because, you add arrays, you get empty string, that doesn't make sense. But an object plus an object is actually not a number, technically. So this one's actually right. And exactly, right? Like, what is even going on in this lab? I don't even understand what person with a brain in their head would think that any of this is a good idea. Okay. Enough making fun of languages that suck. Let's talk about JavaScript. If I say array.new 16, or just array 16, I get an array of 16 things, which it represents as 16 commas, which is obvious. And if I then join those with a string, then I get the string 16 times. This is actually the only line in this entire presentation that's reasonable. Now, if I take that string and then add a 1 to it, it interprets the 1 as, or casts the 1 to a string, and then we get wat1 a bunch of times. Fine. Does anyone know what will happen if I subtract 1 from the string? I'm assuming no one does. I'll give you a hint. Does this help? Does anyone know? Wet man.
All right. Pretty good video, right? Here's the link if you haven't seen it before. If you want to share it to your workplace, go for it. It's a pretty fun video, right? Oh, YouTube, it was probably really quiet. I'm sorry. YouTube, let me paste the link for everyone over on YouTube, too, so that you can actually, watch it on your own. There you go. I know, it's a great video. It's a really awesome video. If you haven't actually seen all of his talks, yep. Dude, the birth and death of JavaScript talk, it's not actually talking shit on JavaScript as much as you think. It is prescient. Like, he saw the future of WASM back in 2014. And that future is playing itself out in front of our very eyes in, like, a very similar way to the way he kind of, like, mentioned it. It's kind of crazy. And then his other talks, like the one about boundaries or a whole new world or even ideology. Like, he's one of the best presenters about technical subjects I've ever seen. And yeah, he's awesome. Gary Bernhardt. Really cool dude. All right, how's Brew? Oh, Brew. So I can pour another beverage while we're waiting. How about that one? It's still brewing, of course. Yeah. It's like some kombucha. You know, it takes time. The booch, as Prime would call it. So yeah, any interesting code stuff for y'all going on? Yeah, obviously. No, it's a Mac Mini with a somewhat slower CPU. I'd love to upgrade at some point. I kind of need a job to justify doing so. And yeah, I'm applying. We'll make it happen. But yeah. Got to push back a little bit on some of this. I know, it's weird. It's the craziest thing. Yeah, one of the jobs I'm hoping for is, you know, at least to hear back from, is SourceGraph, right? They're the one that, like, was looking for a polyglot with Bazel experience. I tried to apply for the DevRel position, but they had already filled it. Yeah, I should probably hit up Tej. I don't know. What if I don't get the job? Does it reflect poorly on Tej? So yeah. Cores, I don't know what you're saying there, but are you just saying politics are sad? Sure, I'm gonna let Automod say no to that one. Core, English only, please. What mobile apps have I worked on? Do I use Objective-C or Swift for iOS? I have a certificate for Objective-C development from University of Washington, but it, you know, that's 2012, so it's massively outdated. And I haven't done much Swift before. But if I were going to make a mobile app today, I'd be using React Native. Yeah, no worries, Ryan. But yeah, I don't know. I'm always apprehensive of, like, using a connection to get a job. I don't want to burn someone's, like, chance to do a recommendation in the future. I don't know if that's even how it works, but yeah, I don't know. Right? Would it reflect poorly on them if I perform poorly in the interview? I hope not. Yeah. I've done that once. Actually, twice now. Where my performance in the interview, I don't know. I hope it didn't reflect poorly on them. It would be a bad workplace if it does, technically, right? But again, yeah, my conscience doesn't like doing it. I typically only do it when I get desperate, like these days. The first one, you know, I was just doing it. I applied to Beam, which is, you know, like the name that Mixer had beforehand. So I applied to them like ages ago, and, you know, a friend got me the interview. And I totally blew it on some whiteboarding stuff. I hate whiteboarding, though. But again, did that reflect poorly on them? I don't know. I'm not sure. And then recently, did it again because I was a bit desperate. No. Beam TV is what it was. And they rebranded as Mixer. So it was Beam while they were independent, and then once they got bought by Microsoft, they rebranded. But they were still Beam at the time of my application. Basically, I made it through the first couple interviews, I think, really well. But then, like, the third one, after interviewing for a couple hours, yeah, I was burning out. But also, I've never had to implement Fibonacci on the job. So yes, I'm not going to do well whiteboarding that either. But that said, yes, before interviewing, I will put in the effort. Yeah, if you're not aware, Microsoft is typically like a many-hour interview process. You go through technically 4 rounds. If you make it to number 4, you're pretty much in. I got filtered out at number 3. It was actually really cool, though, because they were like a small team that got acquired by Microsoft. So, like, interview number 2 was more of like a, chat with the... Technically, they were like CEO of Beam or whatever, but not Microsoft CEO, right? So it was an interview with them. It was the dude who ran Beam and then got bought by Microsoft, and he's the one that made all the money from the acquisition, basically. And, like, chatting with him was interesting. So it got onto the topic of games. Oh, each one was like an hour each. Right? Technically, the second one was just like a lunch. But then there was like an hour-long gap between number 2 and number 3. Yeah, it's like a whole day thing to interview at Microsoft. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm sitting there chatting with this. How long ago? This is like 2017, maybe. I think I would do better now. I would practice for it. I think I could do better now. Might have been 2018, but a while ago. So anyway, I'm sitting there interviewing, chatting with the dude who basically owned Beam, who made out like a bandit from the acquisition. And we got on the topic of games, and like he basically is, I asked him what game he plays. He's like, oh, I really like racing games, so I've been playing Forza Horizon a bunch. And it's kind of crazy, like there's this car in Forza, this like Lamborghini something or other. And since the acquisition, I actually own that car now. So I'll be playing Forza Horizon, driving this car, and it just makes me want to go drive the car in real life. So then I'll go drive the car in real life, but I can't open it up like I can in Forza Horizon. So it makes me want to go back and play the game. And it's a vicious cycle. I can't relate. Like, not at all. I'm not even a car person, really. I treat a car as a get me from point A to point B. So, yeah. Oh, poor guy. Yes. Oh, right? It was a fun conversation. He was a really cool dude. But, yeah. Yeah, very funny anecdote. Yeah, that was a blast. I mean, just the interview process. Yeah, and this is before I streamed, so it must have been 2017. This is like a year before I streamed, because technically, even chatting with him, right, part of it was like, oh, it'd be awesome if you, like, participated in streaming, understood the platform, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I started streaming basically, part of the reason I started streaming is because it was recommended to me by this dude. Just so I could understand their customer base and blah, 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 right? So yeah, that was fun. But basically, before I started streaming, I was still, like, pretty good at, like, the coding while chatting thing. The first, like, interview portion was with a dude who now works on, like, the VS Code team. And we're sitting there, like, he had me implement what they basically used for their, replacing emotes with their images that represent them. So, like, textual replacement of emotes from text to image, right? So I was basically having to identify various emotes and things like that within a string of text. Their implementation was recursive. I ended up doing it with a loop. But while I'm sitting there, like, just chatting with this dude, I'm sitting there, like, actually coding it. Go to run it. Oh, test failure. Solve that one test failure. Run, all the tests pass. And like when that happened, he was like, "Wait, what?" Like he was surprised, like very surprised that I was actually like working while chatting with him, because we were just like chatting, bullshitting like we do here on stream, you know. But I was actually like getting stuff done too. So yeah, I was actually really proud of that. Like the surprise from him, like, wait, what? Like that was good. Would I consider working for them now? I mean, Mixer doesn't exist anymore, so like that's not an option. My friend that worked at that company is now at like AWS, so not even like close to related to the same thing, right? So quit your job 2 years ago, switch to freelancing. You're happy, get to work on cool projects. How much? When you want. Would never switch back to a full-time job, even at a mid-sized corp. That's fine. I am not good at freelancing. You have to be project manager, sales, accounting, right? There's too many hats to wear. And too many hats that I'm just not good at. I'm not good at sales. I don't like the idea of separating people from their money that much. Would I go back into the office for the correct job? Salary would really have to make up for it. Like, it'd have to pay enough that I could work there for a couple years and then just be set for a while. I'm not going to list a number for that, but yeah, like, no, I've been remote since like 3 years before COVID, you know? I've been remote for too long. It's just too nice to waste 2 hours of your day, right? 1/12 of your day, technically even more so of your waking hours, just commuting. Ugh. So it would have to be something that compensates for those lost 2 hours. My ideal workplace is async, right? Meaning I can get my work done in the morning and then I can work late at night and still stream the hours I want to stream. I really enjoy streaming. This is my second favorite thing besides snowboarding. And I really like snowboarding. Right? Being able to go snowboarding on a fresh powder day and then just get my work done that night. Yeah. So an async workplace is the ideal. Yeah, I have worked at async workplaces, and it's awesome. It's the best. Yeah, exactly chaotic. Yep. Yeah, you're available for meetings when they're scheduled, and they're usually within a set time of the day. Bim, bam, boom, right? Sometimes in a fully async workplace, you may have to take a meeting outside of those set hours, just depending. That's fine, sure. I don't mind that. Right, as long as you get enough, like, lead time. If it's like, we need you on this call in the next 10 minutes. Ooh, yeah. I mean, that's tougher. Right? Little bit of lead time? Sure. Give me 10 hours ahead of time? Okay. I usually like to have all meetings scheduled the day before. Even if they're outside of, like, the normal hours, at least I know when they're going to be. They're scheduled, you know. Yeah. Yeah, 10-minute notice sounds terrible. Right? That actually screams bad management. Dude, this compile. Getting called into a meeting in the middle of the meeting. Ooh, yeah, those are rough too. I can see that being worthwhile for certain things though. Like, oh, we didn't think we needed them. Let's see if they're available, and if they're not, then it's not the end of the world, but it can help. I can see that. Yeah, my ideal job is something I could actually do here on stream, right? At least a portion of it, right? SDKs, dev tools, documentation, open source work, any of that. Oh my God, that's my ideal job. You have meetings at 8 a.m. and some at 7 p.m. Ooh, yeah, that can be tough. I think 8 a.m. is just tough. Right? If that's not scheduled, like, way ahead of time, right? Because, again, with an async work schedule, I'd love to work till 2 a.m. just getting my stuff done. Right? But if I work till 2 a.m., making an 8 a.m. meeting sucks. Yeah, exactly. One job I worked at, we ended up needing to, like, come in on a Saturday. Not like actually go into the office, but, like, work on a Saturday morning because they had 30-plus repos to update. You know what the actual fix for that would be? A monorepo. Right? Because they were all, like, disparate Lambda functions. Come on, guys. This is a major code smell needing to do a Saturday morning, everybody update these repos based upon their dependencies bullshit, and let's get all these, like, PRs approved and all that. Couldn't it have just been a monorepo? The fact that that happened more than once. Oh man, I'm sorry, Elika. That's a bummer. Like, yeah, that sucks. Oh yeah, no worries, YouTuber. Yeah, did you get those links? Those are great links, for sure. We see progress. It's not just Make sitting there anymore. It's not just a Make thing. Yeah, I haven't had to do that, Pitbull. Yeah. Yeah, for the most part, I've just needed to, like, document what I did. Yeah, I've never had to make a PowerPoint for work. I have had to make, you know, diagrams and documentation and, you know, like technical decision documents, etc., like why we picked framework A versus B, like things like that. for the most part, the boss was like, yeah, we're picking this tech, but I need a document explaining why. Okay, sure. No problem. "15-minute compile times." I mean, part of the issue is that we have so many different versions of Python that need to be installed, right? They're doing 3.10, 3.11, 3.12. Did they even do 3.9? Nah, it just looks like 10, 11, and 12. But this is because pipx needs to be able to target various, versions. It's because, eventually poetry is going to have to be able to target other versions. I get it. It makes sense. And again, yes, this Mac Mini is old. Right? This Mac Mini is about to be learning its timetables in elementary school. No, maybe not. That would be like 10 or 11, right? So it's still learning basic arithmetic. Basic, addition, subtraction. What's up, Indy? How you doing? Your old machine took 50 minutes instead of 15. That's a huge developer productivity improvement. That's huge. Hell yeah, Nudot. Oh, and yeah, this is for, like the Mozilla stuff, right? Yeah, Firefox. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, how do you like the job? You stoked? Yeah, it's a massive code base. We read an article the other day about Mozilla's shift from Mercurial to Git, and how it was just announced and they're still working on it. Are you having to do that via Mercurial? Or are you now like just using Git? Still using Mercurial. Right? And part of the issue is that the larger the code base gets, the slower Mercurial gets, right? And that's why moving to Git is so useful, right? From what I remember, Mercurial is like patch-based, right? Which means like every patch needs to be applied versus snapshot-based like Git. It's caught up in the last few years? Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so the more patches or change sets that need to be applied, right, the longer it takes. Oh, really? Mercurial is implemented in Python? I did not know that. Huh. Hey, we finished! Now I just have another install to do. Really? TensorFlow took that long to compile? Huh. I did not know that. Oh, it has periodic snapshots? Okay, cool. Yeah, so like you wouldn't be able to do a single level shallow clone, but you could at least clone back to the only snapshot, like the most recent snapshot. Now, take it easy, Taz. I think Python can be fast. It's more about how it's written, right? And how it's compiled, technically, right? Python is pretty damn fast. Hey, so that was way quicker. Nice. Oh, they're already saying, yeah, users CM Griffing local bin is not on my path. We would now need to add it. Oh, we can do this. Yeah, I missed that part. Yep. Why won't it read? Yeah, exactly, Taz. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, right? There's plenty of things that you can offload, you know? And oh my god, that's a lot of commits there, New Duck. Interesting that Mercurial numbers their commits. I mean, I guess it would have to, right? Because it's like sequentially like patch applied or change sets. I get that. Oh, they have a revision, which is the number and an ID hash. Oh, okay. All right, so now we need to resource this. There we go. Like 2,000 commits a month for the last 30 years? That actually sounds about right. That actually sounds about right. When we look at how many commits I did to get my GitHub Actions working, that sounds about right. Hold on, what's the right way to concat this into my ZishRC? It's just the caret, right? Does this look right? Any bash wizards out there? Nope, it's not the caret. It'll overwrite the whole thing? Oh, is it double? I'm glad I asked. That was close. Okay. There we go. Oh, I need to echo it. There we go. I know, right? How often do you do that? Right? Come on. I could have looked it up too. It needs 2 carrots because it's a hungry rabbit. Nice, Robotic Head. Are we gaming tomorrow? Cool, cool. Is it evil playthrough time on Baldur's Gate? Evil playthrough Baldur's Gate 3. Yes. Yes. All right, so I think we need to do the source thing again, though. All right. Oh, I could have done it with Oh My Zish instead. Meh, whatever. Oh My Zish and Zish will do the same thing. I should have actually kept reading. Yeah, bring on the Dark Urge. Hopefully we can both do Dark Urge. If not, what, we'll flip a coin for who gets to be the Dark Urge and who is just evil. Okay. All right, so we have installed poetry. Nice. Using your actual name instead of a username? Interesting, new duck. Okay. Are you still allowed to use the goose icon? Canada gooses are majestic. If you got a problem with Canada gooses, you got a problem with me. I'll let you marinate on that one. If anyone's seen Letterkenny, that's what I'm referencing. I'm going to let that one marinate. There you go. That's the phrasing. Thank you, Steel Toad. Yeah, it's so good. I've been watching Shorzy a bit. I need to, like, you know, catch up more. I assume Shorzy's similar to Letterkenny, where, like, the first few episodes are them getting their groove, you know? They are a majestic nuisance. Yeah, I get you. Totally. Hold on. Who here remembers my goose story? I really like this goose story because it establishes dominance, right? So basically, when we were moving from Texas to New York, I believe, and I remember some distinct memories of being kept awake at night because the place we were crashing at, like my dad's friend's estate or whatever. Not estate. It was like a, you know, they had a trailer and some property. But yes, I remember not being able to sleep because the baby was like crying the entire night. Not our baby in our family, but just the baby at like the place we were staying. So that's a very distinct memory I have. I also remember this other bit. So when we first get there, my dad's friend, who owned the land, was like, oh, and yeah, you see them gooses? If they get near you, don't be worried. Feel free to whap them with a stick or something. And then my dad and my mom and their, you know, the other parents are sitting there chatting, and I wandered off. Next thing they know, they look over, and I've got a stick in my hand, and I'm walking towards the gooses because I was given permission to smack a goose. Right? From my understanding of it. So I'm actually aggressively heading towards these geese, and like the alpha goose, you know, goes like, goes to like defend the geese flock, and I whap him in the neck. He didn't die, but the sound was or something like that. My parents do that sound effect when they describe this. And from then on, the geese never got near me. We were sitting there playing like baseball or kickball or something, and when I'm rounding the bases, the entire flock keeps their distance. So one very swift maneuver, and I established dominance over an entire flock of geese. That's like a 6-year-old, you know? Like, dude. Right? Just intuitively understanding the way nature works. Established dominance. Yeah, for sure. Right? It was good. I'm pretty proud of that. Pretty proud of that. Cutting through the bullshit of life and nature. Bam. One swift stick to the neck. Like, yeah. Because of a goose attack? Yeah, exactly. Like, geese are scary. Yeah, that's why they told me, like, feel free to whap them in the neck. Feel free to whap them with a stick. Well, I mean, don't tempt me with a good time, as far as 6-year-old me is concerned. but they never fucked with me again. That's the moral of the story. Establish dominance fast and furiously. Speaking of, that sound effect I made. If anyone's heard a goose get hit, I fucking nailed it with that sound effect, didn't I? Maybe I remember the sound and I just don't remember it, right? Like, you know, subconsciously. That's why I'm able to reproduce it. But okay, so we got poetry installed. What is the basic usage of this? Ooh, do I actually want to spin up a new project? I think I do, right? I think we want to spin up a new project. It'll give us this structure. I think that's the move. So we're going to go outside of the folder, or actually we're not even in the folder yet. Here in clients, we then want to do poetry, new, Python. Yeah, here's the best part. I don't think my parents actually recognize how good my memory is. Like, my mom doesn't actually understand how much of, like, my life I still remember. I think it blows her mind. Because, like, stories and stuff she's told me, I can't forget, you know? A good memory is a curse and a benefit. I get it, YouTuber, right? YouTuber's comment is, I know we're just relaxing and hanging out, but it amazes me how much time can be spent setting up and configuring software. Computers are supposed to be fast. Computers are not fast, right? No matter what, as connections and things get faster, we will happily fill up the extra cycles we're given with more stuff we can do. All of those things are for our benefit. Right? Ask any old head, right? Any, like, really old coder, how much extra stuff they had to do back in the day to get things up and running. Dude, this poetry new Python was fast as fuck, but also, like, saved us from the rigmarole of creating individual files and folders and blah, 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 right? Like, the faster our computers get, the more they can do for us, which actually speeds things up because we would have spent that time doing it ourselves. And I think that's important to recognize. Just because it wasn't fast, it still saved us the effort of running all of that other BS by hand, right? All of the stuff that Brew just ran for me was something we had to do by hand back in the day. Your roommate has that type of memory? Drives you nuts? Yeah. Does reading more have a correlation with better memory? I don't know about reading more, but practicing using your memory, I do believe, makes it better, right? I think your memory is a thing you can actually improve consciously. It's not just something you're born with. Maybe I was partly born with it, but again, like, you can practice having a good memory. I think that's important. And yes, reading might be part of that. Technically, my family helped me with this, right? By practicing movie quotes, right? The quote from Caddyshack, right? Like, so I was a caddy back in the day, for caddying for the llama, the Dalai Lama, and big hitter the llama, right? Like they would quote that whole scene while I was a child, right? Like we have always been encouraged to like remember things, within the family. Recognizing some actor's voice in a commercial. That's one of my dad's favorite games. Who's that in the Mercedes commercial? Is that John Hamm? Yeah, that's John Hamm. Right? Things like that. So, my family has basically trained me up to have a good memory. Does that mean that my brothers have great memories? No. Right? So, maybe he's born with it, maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. But to some effect, your upbringing and what you're taught to practice really does help build up these things that you might have a knack for anyway. But yeah, my friends in high school, I would remember things very specifically, and they would doubt me. I don't know. I don't remember that. Well, yeah, your memory sucks. Fuck you. Like, Hold on. Let me check something here. Hold on, let me just reply here. My dad's in the hospital right now, so I'm replying to my mom, keeping me up to date on the process. Yeah, awesome. My dad is terrifically old. He's like in his 70s, so I hope he pulls through. He's lived a great life, though. So that's the main key. And yeah, how you doing, Ninfu? Yeah, we're chilling. We're having a great day. We're hanging out. I'm not trying to bring it down with the whole, dad in the hospital thing. It's a common enough thing because he has heart issues. Just last year, I had to go visit him, Exactly, right? Every day is a blessing that they're still with us. Making it past the age of 70 is already, like, you're fighting against the odds. Right? As a human being, were we ever meant to live that long? I don't know, man. But the fact that we are making it that long is awesome, and we can appreciate it every day. All right, so it looks like we had a project spin up. We're going to need to copy our source code into it. Hold on, just replying one more thing. One quick thing is, my dad is the only person I've ever met or seen that's able to send an empty text message. I don't know how he does it. Like, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. All right, so the Python project is spun up. Let's get some of this over there. We'll paste those files in. The init py is empty, but we can just do this. Ooh, and yeah, that client Python file is not great. Yeah, we need the readme toml file in there, but it's actually got some of this. All right, we got more work to do here. Yeah, like these are not accurate snippets for the README, but we can move on after that. The pyproject.toml, we're gonna do that. The TOML extension. So toml is similar to YAML, but it allows some other things, and it doesn't have the same foot guns as YAML. If you're unaware of some of the YAML foot guns, there's this article called The YAML Document from Hell. Yeah, gotcha. Well, just in case anyone's curious, yeah, the YAML Document from Hell is a hilarious read. And it's why I prefer not to use YAML for pretty much anything. Yeah, I mean, let's look at it. YAML is really, really complex, right? And they don't really obey Semver very well. So there are 63 different multi-line string syntaxes in YAML. Whoa. Wait, really? Oh, that's right, because of, like, permutations and combinations of these things. Yeah, dude. So scary. Right? Like, oh my god. Dude, so gnarly. But yeah, this read. So, the YAML document from hell. Consider the following document, right? We see some stuff here. We see some stuff here. Right? We see some stuff there. And we see some stuff there. So let's break it down section by section for the things that are just scary. Sexagesimal numbers. Get your mind out of the gutter. Right? 22:22 actually gets evaluated to 1342 because it's a sexagesimal number. Right? Base 60. Terrifying, right? So, it's an arcane feature present in YAML 1.1, but silently removed from 1.2. Right? So in YAML 1.1, you're going to have that as a problem. Right? So, yeah, YAML 1.2 is more than 10 years old by now, but you'd be mistaken to think that it's widely supported. The latest libyaml at the time of this writing, which is used by PyYAML, implements 1.1. So it's going to parse 22:22 as 1342 if you don't escape it with a string. Gnarly, right? So what about anchors, aliases, and tags? Yeah, the following snippet is actually invalid. It allows you to create an anchor using the ampersand, right, with a name in front of the value. And then you can later reference that value with an alias, which means a star followed by the name. In this case, no anchors are defined, so the aliases are invalid. Let's avoid them for now and see what happens. Why is that evaluating to empty string? The element starting with exclamation point is a tag. This feature is intended to enable a parser to convert the fairly limited YAML data types into richer data types that might exist in the host language. So a tag starting with exclamation point is up to the parser to interpret, often by calling a constructor with the given name and providing it the value that follows after the tag. This means that loading an untrusted YAML document is generally unsafe, as it may lead to arbitrary code execution. In Python, you can avoid this pitfall by using YAML safe load instead of YAML load. In our case above, PyYAML fails to load the document because it doesn't know the .get tag. So yeah, Go's YAML package is less strict and it just returns an empty string. Then there's the Norway problem, which is so infamous that it has a name, right? So GeoBlock regions here, this list gets interpreted into DK, FI, IS, and false, and then SE. The word no is a valid Boolean. Nope. Yeah. So what is that false doing? Well, the literals off, no, and N in various capitalizations, but not any capitalization, are false in YAML 1.1, while on, yes, and Y are true. In YAML 1.2, these alternative spellings of the Boolean fields are no longer allowed, but they are so pervasive in the wild that a compliant parser would have a hard time reading many documents. False! Exactly, Ian. Yeah. And hold up, Ian, I'm sorry. I should have done this ages ago. So, yeah. Welcome. Let me knight you. Welcome, mod of the bong table. So yeah, Go's YAML library therefore made the choice of implementing a custom variant somewhere in between YAML 1.1 and 1.2 that behaves differently depending on the context. Yikes. And yeah, thank you for the drink at TwitchCon. That was awesome, man. Dude, that buffet was great. Like, super good. Yeah, really good. Have you started at the new job yet? Or is that, like, next week? Or, like, do you have, like, some leeway or, like, some gap time between? You start on the 5th. Cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm happy for you, man. Not gonna lie, I went and looked to see if Postman was hiring for a similar role. You know, there's a vacancy, right? Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they have, like, people that they can promote into it rather than needing to hire out for it, but who knows? But yeah, the YAML package. Oh, hold on. You've had a few people go into other roles, so they'll be looking for folks to fill in at some point? Oh, okay. And I assume you're leaving on good terms? So... yeah, okay. Perfect. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, sounds cool. Leaving on your terms, hopefully good terms. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Yeah, the YAML package supports most of YAML 1.2, but preserves some behavior from 1.1 for backwards compatibility. This is the Go YAML library, right? So YAML 1.1 bools are supported as long as they are being decoded into a typed bool value. Otherwise, they behave as a string. That sounds like a nightmare. So note that it only does this since version 3, which was released in May 2022. If you're using an older version of the Go YAML library, you're still beholden to this. So then... non-string keys. While keys in JSON are always strings, in YAML they can be any value, including booleans, so you still have the Norway issue. And it evaluates to that. So combined with the previous feature of interpreting on as a boolean, this leads to a dictionary with true as one of the keys. Depends on the language how that maps to JSON, if at all. In Python, it becomes the string true. The key on is common in the wild because it's used in GitHub Actions. I'd be really curious to know whether GitHub Actions parser looks at on or true under the hood. Ooh, yeah, that would ruin the business from a user perspective. Exactly, Ian. Yeah, for sure. Yep. All right, so then accidental numbers. Leaving strings unquoted can easily lead to unintentional numbers. Right? Allowed Postgres versions. So these are obviously strings because they're not valid numbers, but these are actually valid numbers, so depending on how you're parsing, yep, you're going to get numbers instead of a string. Yikes. So maybe the list is a contrived example, but imagine updating a config file that lists a single value of 9.6.24 and changing it to 10.23. Would you remember to add the quotes? What makes this even more insidious is that many dynamically typed applications implicitly convert the number to a string when needed, so your document works fine most of the time, except in some contexts, it doesn't. For example, the following Jinja template accepts both version 0.0 and version 0.0, but it only takes the true branch for the former. Yikes. Oh. Hold on. Click the wrong button. So, runners up. There's only so much they can fit into one artificial example. Some arcane YAML behaviors that did not make it in are directives. Integers starting with 0 being octals, but only in YAML 1.1. The tilde, or tilde, being an alternative spelling of null. And question mark introducing a complex mapping key. Syntax highlighting will not save you. You may notice that none of my examples have syntax highlighting enabled. Maybe I'm being unfair to YAML because syntax highlighting would highlight special constructs, so you can at least see that some values are not normal strings. However, due to multiple YAML versions being prevalent and highlighters having different levels of sophistication, you can't rely on this. I'm not trying to nitpick here. Vim, my blog generator, GitHub, and Codeberg all have a unique way to highlight the example document from this post. No two of them pick out the same subset of values as non-strings. So templating YAML is a terrible, terrible idea. I hope it's clear by now that working with YAML is subtle at the very least. What is even more subtle is concatenating and escaping arbitrary text fragments in such a way that the result is a valid YAML document, let alone one that does what you expect. Add to this the fact that whitespace is significant in YAML, and the result is a format that is meme-worthily difficult to template correctly. I truly do not understand why tools based on such error-prone practice have gained so much mindshare, when there is a safer, easier, and more powerful alternative, generating JSON. Now, the tool they're talking about, Helm charts. Yes, Helm charts are all about templating YAML. Oh my. Is it any wonder why people complain about Helm charts so much? So, what are alternative configuration formats? I think the main reason that YAML is so prevalent despite its pitfalls is that for a long time it was the only viable configuration format. Often we need lists and nested data, which rules out flat formats like an ini. XML is noisy and annoying to write by hand. But most of all, we need comments, which rules out JSON. As we saw before, JSON had comments very early on, but they were removed because people started putting parsing directives in there. I think this is the right call for a serialization format, but it makes JSON unsuitable as a configuration language. So, if what we really need is the JSON data model, but a syntax that allows comments, what are some of the options? Right? TOML. Hold on, we're going to pause this playlist and play this one. There we go. So, TOML is similar to YAML in many ways. It has mostly the same data types, the syntax is not as verbose as JSON, and it allows comments. Unlike YAML, it is not full of footguns, mostly because strings are always quoted, so you don't have values that look like strings but aren't. TOML is widely supported. You can probably find a TOML parser for your favorite language. It's even in the Python standard library at this point, unlike YAML. A weak spot of TOML is deeply nested data, right? Which is not a use case that I have in my TOML file. I just need to define values that have multi-line strings that I can parse and put in various places. Right? So JSON with comments, JSON with commas and comments. There exist various extensions of JSON that extend it just enough to make it a usable config format without introducing too much complexity. JSON with comments is probably the most widespread, as it's used as the config format for VS Code. It's also used as the config format for TypeScript, right? In your TS config files, you can do comments. The main downside of these is that they haven't really caught on yet. So they aren't as widely supported as JSON or YAML. And then, maybe a simple subset of YAML. Many of the problems with YAML are caused by unquoted strings that look like strings but behave differently. This is easy to avoid. Always quote all strings. Indeed, you can tell that somebody is an experienced YAML engineer when they defensively quote all the strings. We can choose, and hold on, YAML engineer. Also known as a Kubernetes engineer. We can choose to always use true and false rather than yes and no, and generally stay away from the arcane features. The challenge with this is that any construct not explicitly forbidden will eventually make it into your codebase. And I'm not aware of any good tool that can enforce a sane YAML subset. So, generating JSON as a better YAML, right? Often the choice of format is not ours to make, and an application only accepts YAML. Not all is lost, though, because YAML is a superset of JSON, so any tool that can produce JSON can be used to generate a YAML document as well. Sometimes an application will start out with a need for just a configuration format, but over time you end up with many, many similar stanzas, and you would like to share parts between them and abstract some repetition away. This tends to happen in, for example, Kubernetes and GitHub Actions. When the configuration language does not support abstraction, people often reach for templating, which is a bad idea for the reasons explained earlier. Proper programming languages, possibly domain-specific ones, are a better fit. Some of my favorites are Nix and Python. And everyone coming from the Alt F4 Streams raid knows how much Glasses loves Nix. So Nix is the language used by the Nix package manager. It was created for writing package definitions, but it works remarkably well as a configuration format. And indeed, it is used to configure Nix OS. Functions, let bindings, and string interpolation make it powerful for abstracting repetitive configuration. The syntax is light like Toml, and it can export to JSON or XML. It works well for simplifying repetitive GitHub Actions workflow files, for example. Python. Right? So JSON documents double as valid Python literals with minimal adaptation, and Python supports trailing commas and comments. It has variables and functions, powerful string interpolation, and JSON dump built in. A self-contained Python file that prints JSON to standard out goes a long way. And then finally, there are some tools in this category that this author has not used often enough to confidently recommend, but which deserve to be mentioned. So Doll is like Nix, but with types. It's less widespread, and personally, I find the built-in function names unwieldy. Sure. Q, like Doll, Q integrates type schema information into the config format. Q is a superset of JSON, but despite that, I find the files that actually use Q's features to look foreign to me. Q is on my radar to evaluate further, but I haven't encountered a problem where Q looked like the most suitable solution. And then finally, oh my, HCL. Terraform files, basically. I haven't used HCL extensively enough to have a strong opinion about it, but in the places where I worked with it, the potential for abstraction seemed more limited than what you can achieve with, ergo, Nix. So conclusion, YAML aims to be a more human-friendly alternative to JSON, but with all of its features, it became such a complex format that with so many bizarre and unexpected behaviors that it is difficult for humans to predict how a given YAML document will parse. If you're looking for a configuration format, Toml is a friendly format without YAML's footguns. For cases where you're stuck with YAML, generating JSON from a more suitable language can be a viable approach. Generating JSON also opens up the possibility, for abstraction and reuse in a way that is difficult to achieve safely by templating YAML. So yeah, I love this article. It's amazing. It's really good. Has, oh, I didn't mean to do the runners up part. Whatever. Has the Primogen ever done like, you know, Prime reacts to this? If not, I'd recommend proposing it on his subreddit. I think that's where you do that. Yeah, he should. I think it'd be really good. And wait, so, hold on. Ryan, is this the name you've always had? Or are you Shy Ryan? Because there's another Ryan that we had a similar issue. Okay, you used to be Shy Ryan. That's what I thought. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, you could have done the unban request ages ago. I would have been massively open to it. Yeah. Again. Yeah. The context made sense. I actually equated that in my head earlier. I just wanted to verify. So, yeah. Welcome back, man. Glad to have you. Ooh, but I do need to get some water, and I need to use the restroom because whiskey. So give me just a second. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to go pee. That was a fun read, wasn't it? But yes, now we need to get to configuring this this Python code. So give me just a sec. I'm going to go pee. BRB. All right, I got more water poured. All right. So yeah, another whiskey poured. You gotta go to sleep? No worries, New Duck. Yeah, thank you for hanging out, man. And yeah, let's keep doing some Python stuff. So yeah, the project here is up. Let me go look at their docs again. We do see that they got some Python 3.7 logic spun up. I'm wondering if the docs are just out of date. I think the docs are out of date. All right, so build system requires build backend. We do see this stuff, okay. Oh, and sorry, someone asked what the tool that was doing the typing effects and stuff were. Yeah, 1 second. That is power mode. It's pretty fun. Right, before we got on the rant about YAML. Knew there was a hair in my ear. All right, so Poetry assumes your package contains a package with the same name as tool.poetry.name located in the root of the project. So they mean this part, right? Ah, yeah. So name here, Python, this is Vexilla client. Yeah. Oh, wait. TS node wasn't a dependency for that? And you shouldn't need PNPM for just the test server, because the test server doesn't depend upon any of the workspace packages. So regular NPM should have been fine. Really? I'm using NPM inside of GitHub Actions, so that shouldn't have been an issue. What was the error you got? Did you do the install from the top level? Or did you do the install inside of the test server folder? Really? Weird. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Huh. Yeah, that shouldn't have been that, because test server doesn't have any dependencies that are workspace, right? Yeah, that's weird to me. Huh. Because I'm using NPM in GitHub Actions, and I'm not having that issue. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's weird to me. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll want to fix that at some point. Okay, so we do that part. The traditional manifest.in file? Okay, so easiest way to activate the virtual environment is to create a nested shell with Poetry Shell. So why a nested shell? Child processes inherit their environment from their parents but do not share them. As such, any modifications made by a child process is not persisted after the child process exits. A Python application, Poetry, being a child process, cannot modify the environment of the shell that it has been called from, such that an activated virtual environment remains active after the Poetry command has completed execution. So therefore, it has to create a subshell. Okay. So I don't think I mind creating a shell. Did you get the test to run after that, though? You are still going to get a failure of a failing test, but, you know, you should make it past the requirement for that server to be running. Just the one failure? Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the fact that DM Mulroy was able to get the OCaml scheduling stuff to work perfectly is kind of interesting to me. Oh, no worries. Yeah, no stress. Yeah, I'm really wondering if I just have like a flaw in my logic and code that's making that test fail versus it being a time zone issue. I was assuming it was a time zone issue because I feel like the errored test changes based on time of day. But even then, I think it's actually something I'm messing up. And if we just switch to using timestamps or epochs or whatever, maybe we solve that problem. So yeah, I'm not positive. Oh, should I be using PyEnv? Okay. For some reason, I thought Poetry was going to manage that for us. We do have PyEnv installed. and poetry in it. So hold on, wait, didn't poetry in it just, didn't we just do that? Oh no, we did poetry new. Okay. Oh, for some reason I thought poetry was going to be managing the virtual environment too. Oh. Okay. So their latest release is 2.3.32. We've got 2.3.22. I don't think that's probably an issue. So I think we're fine there. Oh, really? Yeah, TS node should have been a dependency. Made an issue for the NPM thing. Yeah, 1 second, let me look. Yeah, that is so weird to me. Let me just try this real quick. I want to test that. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, okay. Is it looking in the folder above it? Yeah, I think NPM is making a mistake by going up to the folder above itself. Above, like, where we're trying to run this. Yeah. Huh. Okay. I think at this point, I'm okay with requiring PNPM. It's so weird to me that it actually works in CI/CD, though. Maybe it's because I'm inside of a Docker container. That's probably it. I think it's because the npm command we're running is inside of a Docker container, and it might only be copying in the test server folder. which means it doesn't go up to the next folder above. Or technically 2 folders above. I think that might be part of it. Okay. Yeah, so for a dev, I think we might just require PNPM. Yeah, thank you for publishing that, though. Right? I hope it doesn't seem dismissive that we just end up requiring PNPM. I think I need to add that to the docs, though, for people trying to contribute, right? Yeah. No, I think this is good. I think that, hold on, that we, royal we, damn right. So yeah, we're not going to close that yet because we don't have the section in the README. So yeah, I'm going to have to actually add that to the README. Thank you for calling that out. I appreciate it. Thank you for trying it. Are you looking to contribute? Because another thing we end up needing is similar to how I did the GitHub Actions. We need to get a test Elixir implementation going, right? Instead of like this commented section here, because this can no longer run in the same container, right? And basically it would just be almost like a copy of what we got for test PHP, but we need to figure out like the base container to do the stuff within, and then, you know, run our tests, and then possibly install anything that needs installing. Yeah, totally up to you. Don't feel obligated. But yeah, that was a thing that I was going to have to do eventually. And yeah, I'd be stoked if you feel like doing it. Again, don't feel obligated. I can't pay you, you know? But yeah. Yeah, like just a similar, you know, set of steps, and using this service that we spin up right here for the test server that we built previously. Yeah, I'd be stoked on that. Thank you. Ooh, and this is another thing I want to try and figure out. Is there a way to, like, because it's YAML, could we create some kind of reference for this chunk of code, define it once, and then just reference it with one line later? So that's something I'll look into as well. Or you're welcome to. But yeah. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate you. All right, so Python stuff. All right, we do the initialization. And yeah, hold on. Let me read your comment there, Giraffe. Hold on. Wait, real quick. Giraffe, is that the right way to pronounce your name? Or am I messing up? Would you actually prefer, like, Giraffe? Or just Rafe? I don't know how to pronounce it. Let me know. I'll do better. Everyone says giraffe. All right. Again, if you care, I'll pronounce it how you want it pronounced. It's your name, you know. You're absolutely allowed to have that preference. All right, so what you were saying is VENV is for managing virtual environments. PyEnv is for managing different versions of Python. Poetry is for managing dependencies. Okay. So here's the thing, though. Poetry ships with an env use command. It's just a moniker. Gotcha. So technically it would be Gurath? Or is it Gurath, right? Like the capital A is what you're trying to get there? Girafe. Yeah, this part's a little tricky. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Pronouncing the A with, like, the line above it is, like, the A sound. Yeah, so, like, the overlap of these tools is a bit confusing, but, you know, we'll figure it out. Oh, but this requires that version of Python exists on your path, right? Or is it Path? Sorry. Bad joke. So hold on. All right, so we don't have a Python 3.6 executable, so I don't think we'd be able to do that directly with Poetry. So instead, yeah, the PyEnv thing would make sense. Here's the most important part. I don't think we even have any dependencies. I think we end up just using the standard library, right? We just discussed that. So is Poetry even useful for us anymore? If I'm not going to have any dependencies? Let's double check that. So 6 Python datetime libraries from 2018. Datetime in Python, everything you need to know. Let's look at these just in case. If they give us an easier way to use datetime stuff, then we might still go for it. Yeah, we'll see. So, yeah. Once upon a time, one of us, Lacey, had spent more than an hour staring at the table in the Python docs that describes date and time formatting strings. I was having a hard time understanding one specific piece of the puzzle as I was trying to write the code to translate a datetime string from an API into a Python datetime object. So I asked for help. Why don't you just use dateutil? Someone asked. Reader, if you take nothing away from this month's Python column other than there are easier ways than datetimes string ptime to convert datetime strings into datetime objects, we will consider ourselves successful. All right. So, beyond converting strings to more useful Python objects with ease, there are a whole host of libraries with helpful methods and tools that can make it easier to manage testing with time. Convert time to a different time zone, relay time information in human-readable formats, and more. If this is your first foray into dates and times in Python, take a break and read How to Work with Dates and Time in Python. To understand why dealing with dates and times in programming is hard, read Falsehoods Programmers Believe About Time. Ooh, this is a good post, actually. I've read that one. So you're saying there's pendulum. Current standard date time is fine. Not sure about 3.6. Ooh, yeah. So maybe 3.12 solves some of that. This article will introduce us to date util, arrow, moment, Maya, DeLorean. Ooh, I'm tempted just to use DeLorean for reasons. Who buys a DeLorean? Yeah. I like that movie. Not even Back to the Future. I'm talking about Max Reload and the Nether Blasters. There's a moment in that where it's like, who buys a DeLorean? It's pretty good. He wore that Michael Jackson jacket and he couldn't even dance. Yeah, there's some good lines in that movie. A lot of them are delivered by the same character, which is even better. So yeah, unless it's raining fire and brimstone outside, I'm sick of your games. Opens the door, it's raining fire and brimstone. I'll get my coat. Like, it's super good. Ooh, there you go, Ian Douglas. What if Elon hired the DeLorean guy for the Cybertruck? Does it all make sense all of a sudden? All right, so built-in datetime module. This is the only dependency that I think we even need to consider. I know, right? The gull wing, the shape of the truck, like, yeah. Elon definitely took some inspiration at the bare minimum. All right, so looks like the datetime library in Python is really just about dealing with datetime strings, which is not what we need. What we need is an actual like datetime manipulation library in which we can add various time like intervals, right? Like adding a day, subtracting a day, adding an hour, right? Setting the hour, setting, you know, various things. And I don't want to do string manipulation for that. That would be brittle. So yeah, I definitely need some kind of library for this stuff. Ooh, okay, so dateutil offers tools like relative delta for calculating a time difference, which is cool. Our rule for creating recurring date times, interesting. And TZ for time zone stuff. All right. So arrow is another library with the goal of making, manipulating, formatting, and otherwise dealing with dates N times friendlier to humans. Help you work with dates and times with fewer imports and a lot less code. So let's pop it open. Modified 2 months ago. It gets a 95 from Stethoscope. Oh my. Oh, that is solid. I think we found our winner, right? Holy shit, dude. I think we found our winner already. We'll keep looking, just to be sure. Yeah, I think Arrow is it already. Just based upon the Stethoscope score. And by the way, yeah, we're probably going to have to update Stethoscope here soon. Because Chrome is going to be killing Manifest v2. We're going to have to update Stethoscope for Manifest v3 at this point. Yep. So yeah, if you're all unaware of what Stethoscope is, it's a browser extension we created to evaluate GitHub repos to give us a nice, clean, easy, just score of a GitHub repo. Right? It's an automatic fail if we can't find a license. From there, it checks various things. Let's look at the list, right? The amount of stars. You could actually decide which some of these things you care about. If you don't care about stars, cool. But you lose some value because this has a shitload of stars. But if you're on a library with a lack of stars, you can turn that off. My thoughts on Manifest v2 versus v3? Oh, so Ryan, we did macros for that mainly so that we would get some kind of type safety. I'm not sure that's the right answer. Could be wrong, but at least with the macros, we get some type safety. We get some, like, checks on how we, like, serialize these things. Did I end up using that very much? No, not really, so it might not be that useful. At least when I was creating it, it seemed like a good thing to at least create, like, the typed struct macro on top of the, you know, the modules or whatever. After building it, we didn't end up using it that much, so it might not even be that useful. But at least when we were starting, it made sense. But yeah, like, you know, you can define what things you care about for these things, right? If you care about the README existing, that can be, like, a thing. We didn't actually make it to where you can define your weights. Yeah, some of these you get less points for. As we remove some of these, the score goes down, but as you remove even more, hey, the score goes to 100. Because README exists and the amount of stars is good. But, yeah, you can at least kind of configure what your individual settings for Stethoscope would be, the criteria you care most about for evaluating a GitHub repo. So yeah, it was a fun extension to make. And I use it fairly frequently just to evaluate other things, to give myself a quick heuristic. These are all the things that I would look for and check when I'm looking at a thing. Yes. Oh, it's in Firefox. It's everywhere. Yeah, it is absolutely a Firefox extension. I think we have it for the Opera ecosystem as well. Let me double check. All right, let's do a search. Stethoscope. Nope, that isn't it. Stethoscope. There we go. We see the icon. All right, so Netflix. Totally fucking me here, man. It's okay. Yeah, I get it. But yeah, so it works in Firefox too. It should work in any Chrome-based browser as well. We did release it specifically for Opera, but I think Brave should be able to use it too. Now, keep in mind, there are bugs. There's stuff we got to fix. How easy it was to build? I used a framework. Like, let's go look at the GitHub project real quick. think I used a thing called Plasmo, but I might have just used a boilerplate. I can't remember. If I was using Plasmo, I think it'd be shouted out here. Now, instead, I think I forked a thing that did, like, the multi-environment, like, build process. I don't remember what that was forked from. See, I'm not positive there. Yeah, my bad. If you are trying to do cross-browser extensions, Plasmo is really, like, yeah, it's the tool. Vibrant Neon, one of our mods, I think has made an extension using Plasmo. So he may have some better feedback. I don't think I used Plasmo. I discovered Plasmo after the fact. Dude, even LiveBlocks uses it. Awesome. But yeah, you end up getting like hot module reloading, live reloading, like a bunch of really cool stuff that makes the development process easier. So Plasmo is worth it. They definitely have like a build process they're trying to sell you on. Honestly, you're probably fine with the free tier. I would say the starter and the pro only makes sense if you're working for like a big company. And also, technically, they have an MV2 to MV3 checklist, right? If you're paying for it, you get like a converter. Sure. I would say the free tier is probably fine for hobbyists, like everything. If you're at a company, the $30 a month is probably worth it. So MV2 is Manifest version 2. Manifest version 3 is the new thing that Chrome is pushing. The difference is Manifest version 3 basically restricts your ability to do some of the things that a lot of like common extensions are doing, such as like ad blockers. Obviously, Chrome has a vested interest in preventing ad blockers from having a lot of power, right? So Google is heavily pushing for Manifest v3. There's also some things that are harder to implement in Manifest v2 than they are in Manifest v3. I don't remember what those are, but there's definitely some APIs that are removed in Manifest v3. Yeah, it does seem like a war on ad blockers and not much else. There are some things that I've read that are harder in Manifest v2. But it basically determines the amount of APIs you have access to, right? In your manifest file, which is what the MV2 and MV3 is really talking about, in your manifest file, you have to like explicitly say what permissions your extension is trying to request. And theoretically, Chrome has exposed some new things in Manifest v3 that are harder to do in v2, but really the part of Manifest v3 that is important is that they restrict the ability for ad blockers to get access to all of your HTTP requests. So much so that Firefox, Brave, and a lot of these other like browsers that build on top of Chrome, they have actually like said, yeah, too bad Chrome, we're still going to implement these APIs. Deal with it. So Brave and some of these other things are definitely like helping make sure that Manifest v3 still has access to some of this other stuff. You have to use patterns or something instead of having like universal access to requests. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. For Stethoscope, I'm not doing HTTP request stuff. I just need access to your tab, right? To be able to like read the DOM. Yes, Edge is also Chrome-based. I'm not positive if Edge has said, yeah, we're still going to keep those like APIs. But Firefox has adopted Manifest v3 with the addition of the APIs that Chrome tried to remove. So Firefox is doing it right, at the bare minimum. Yeah, no worries, Yesful. Yeah, I love talking about stuff I've made. So thank you for asking. All of them. I do need to go back and recreate tab antics so that people can actually get the literal number of tabs so that people can mess with it. Some of that stuff. I lost tab antics to that hard drive failure. To rebuild it would actually be pretty easy, right? It took us like less than a week to make tab antics, right? So we could go rebuild that at some point, for sure. Yeah, it would be interesting to see what Microsoft has to say about it. Microsoft likes serving ads and stuff too. I could see Microsoft being on the side of Google with this, right? Because ad blockers affect their bottom line as well. But again, I don't know. Pure speculation. No clue. Man, I can't believe it's been that long, right? 2 years since we touched this. And yeah, we even have Crutchcorn as a co-contributor. Hell yeah. No big deal. But yeah, if you look at it, we've got Chrome, Firefox, and Opera support. Feel free, check it out. We've definitely got some bugs. Every once in a while, for some reason, you'll have to refresh the tab you're on to actually get data in there. Right now it's working, but in the past we've definitely had issues where it'll say no data found or whatever in here, and you just got to refresh to show it. I'm not sure what causes that bug. It's most likely a timing issue. All right, so why use Arrow over built-in modules? Well, yeah, too many modules. There's date, time, calendar, date util, PyTZ, and more. All right, too many types. There's the date, the time, the date time, TZ info, time delta, relative delta, right? A lot of junk there. Time zones and timestamp conversions are verbose and unpleasant. Time zone naivete is the norm, right? And then gaps in functionality for parsing various things. So yeah, Arrow seems really good. Let's keep reading the article and see. Ooh, and yeah, this is a great post, right? Falsehoods programmers believe about time. There's always 24 hours in a day. Nope. Right? Daylight savings time totally changes that. Months have either 30 or 31 days. No, there's February, which is also not always 28 days long. Years have 365 days. No, isn't there such thing as the leap day, right? The leap year adds an extra day, right? So all these things, man, oof, effort, right? There are problems and issues with our assumptions about time. Yeah, leap seconds exist, right? Right? Thinking the smallest unit of time is 1 second. No, the smallest is actually 1 millisecond. Well, no, there's also nano and picoseconds. Plenty of stuff uses those. So yeah, this is a good article about how tough time is to deal with. Some time zones depend upon religion? Really? I wasn't aware of that one, Straw. Yeah, there's too much weird stuff out there. For sure. For sure. All right, let's continue reading about some of this. So then there's a thing called moment. Date time is related to politics between nations. Interesting. I know China has one time zone, whereas like countries around it totally like have time zones. So that gets tricky. Different calendars have different implementations of leaps too? Really? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Time is a nightmare. There's a reason why there's always some better library than what we have available. Hopefully in JavaScript we end up getting temporal, which should hopefully natively solve some of this stuff. There's some time zone where daylight savings starts on the third full moon or something weird. What? Oh, that sounds awful. Oh, God. So yeah, they say moment here is in early stages. When was this article written, though? This is 2018, so it's probably fine now. So yeah, anything that's, you know, said to be, you know, not ready yet might totally be fine. Maybe not. It gets a 0 because it doesn't have a license. There's no license section. There's no license file. It's not listed in here. Is it possibly in requirements? Nope. So yeah, this library is a big old fail. No score found. So yeah, we're not going to be using moment in Python. Oh, and hold on. 1 second. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you can do links. The one you linked was Nota Time. Did we use Nota Time in our C# code? I don't think we did. Yeah, we ended up just using the standard library in .NET. John Skeet. Oh, shit. I know that name. I forget what he's made, but yeah, he's famous. He does a lot of C#. That's why I've heard the name. I'm trying to remember where I've specifically heard the name. Like in what reference? Hold up. Wait. Is he referenced in... Hold on. Is he referenced in the greatest Stack Overflow answer of all time? I think he's actually mentioned directly. Yeah, even John Skeet cannot parse HTML using regular expressions. Yeah, oh shit. He's fucking famous, man. Dude, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, I've definitely heard that name. Cool. Even John Skeet can't do it. Right? Like, that means something. Okay. Cool. Again, fire. Got a pretty damn good memory, despite whiskey and weed. It's a skill you can practice. Absolutely. I think my memory's so good because my mom bought the, like, the magic memory thing or whatever. I never actually used it, but I still have it, right? Yeah, there's that, like, magic memory thing by, like, something Trudeau. The guy's in jail right now, right? Because, like, due to fraud. But yeah, like, I totally have that, like, that tape set. Like, something memory. The fact that I don't remember the name is actually kind of funny. Yeah, I don't. It's like something memory. Yeah, shit. I'll have to go find it. I definitely have that still. I'm really proud of having it still. Kevin Trudeau. I believe that's his name. All right, so Maya, it's actually including other libraries such as Humanize, PyTZ, and Pendulum. Someone mentioned Pendulum just earlier. DeLorean sounds fan-fucking-tastic just based on the name. Looks like DeLorean would be used in conjunction with other tools, right? So it's a valid datetime object. It requires a valid Python datetime object, so it's worth using in conjunction with other libraries such as Maya. Okay. And then finally there is Freeze Gun. Yeah, Lacey, good post. Thank you. It's awesome. Yeah, it's gotta be good. That's science, you know? Ooh, Maya hasn't seen any changes for 3 or 4 years. It only gets a 60 on the stethoscope score. Not ideal. I think Arrow is probably the move. DeLorean is maintained. Updated last year. Started 11 years ago? Ooh, I like the icon. Time travel made easy. So it stands on the shoulders of giants like PyTZ and DateUtil. Okay. It does get an 80 on the stethoscope score. Freeze Gun also gets an 80, modified 9 months ago. Freeze Gun is for mocking the datetime module. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we need Freeze Gun. I think Arrow is the move. So we are going to have a dependency. I think that's the only dependency we end up needing. Support for 3.6 plus. We nailed it on our version choice, didn't we? Didn't we? Like a glove. All right, so Arrow, I think, is the move. Ooh, what is Tox? Oh, it's a testing library. Okay. There are so many virtual environment management tools. Holy shit, dude. I think that points out how much of an issue dealing with Python versions is. Right? There's Anaconda, also, for managing Python versions in virtual environments. It's a very, very common thing to have to deal with, huh? Yeah, I've used pipenv before, and pipenv works great for me. So Tox is considered to be a future tool in teams you've worked for? Like, when you say future tool, like, something they'd like to upgrade to, but it's not supported yet? Or, like, you know, they haven't, like, migrated yet? But something they all want to use? Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, so Tox is actually, like, a very popular thing. Pip-m venv. Very simple, comes with Python. But can't use it because of past choices. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've had really good luck with pipenv for basically every Python project I've done. Even the, like, the automatic, like, auto bleeper or whatever, right? Like, I've done some Python recently, okay? Right? Just, you know, 4 to 8 months ago. 9 months, I guess I started it. Right? We built a tool to use Whisper to, you know, comb and, like, auto bleep swear words within our code using FFmpeg and Whisper timestamped. Like, yeah. I ended up using pip and pipenv. Worked great for me. So venv will break on OS changes / upgrades? Yeah, what do you mean by that? I'd like to know more. Would you like to know more? Oh, I meant to give the link. Gotta press enter for that to happen. Interesting, Lightspeed. Okay. Do you have, like, examples or anything? Okay, so hold on. Have to create a new venv and install deps. Okay. And does the requirements.txt not solve that? Like Giraffe is saying. Or Giraffe, I should say. You don't usually need the venv contents. right? Requirements.txt solves it. Okay. Yeah, this is all news to me. I know nothing about the ecosystem. I've only done a couple tools with Python, right? I'm happy to make stuff with it. I love it when it just works. I have not necessarily had to jump into older projects that might break based upon versioning or whatever. So that might be on me, right? Just lack of experience. So in a greedy ideal world, it would be great to install deps from requirements.txt on Linux, copy the entire project on Windows, and it just works. But in Python world, that just will not happen successfully. I mean, if you establish Anaconda and make sure you have the right versions of Python, wouldn't that help? Again, I am very naive to the Python world and, you know, platform inconsistencies. Okay, gotcha. And man, we are at 7:30 p.m. I'd love to just keep all y'all captive here to boost my average viewership numbers. I really appreciate Alt F4 for rating earlier. That is just so cool of them. I am getting a little bit hungry. Should probably figure that part out. Building wheels / compiling deps. They aren't gonna work cross OS. Okay. Yeah, let's at least like resolve this convo a bit. If there's any other like input or comments that are valid towards it, I'm curious too. Okay. So for the most part, if you have to do compilation or like, what is a wheel in this context? Is that like a binary basically for Python stuff? So like for polars, if you install it, then it's going to download Rust and compile the Rust backend, and that is not portable. Okay. If you version it right, though, shouldn't it work? Okay, so a wheel is a pre-built bin, right? Like an executable. Okay. Yeah, so a wheel is like a packaged up single file executable of some kind. But wheels are platform specific at that point, right? So if you were going to compile wheels for multiple platforms, you would end up making 5 or 6 of them or some bullshit, right? Based upon CPU architecture, etc. Based upon OS, etc. Is that correct? Like if I build a Golang package, I end up with like 3 or 4 binaries, right? Is that similar where if I want to build a Python library or CLI tool into wheels, I would end up with 3 or 4 different wheels? Or am I misunderstanding? Okay, so the basic gist, though, is you would compile a wheel per platform. is there cross-compilation in Python, or do you have to build that wheel within the environment that you're trying to build it in? Or build it for, I should say. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that necessary for me. I mean, technically, what we just showed with auto bleep would make sense as a wheel at some point. Rather than requiring all these dependencies, it could just be its own wheel. I think FFmpeg would still need to be installed. No, auto bleep is not on PyPy. I have not released it out that way. I don't think it's even relevant to do so. If someone wants to try their hand, they're more than welcome to. I would welcome a PR for it to try and get it released. I'll create the, you know, the organization or whatever and like the place to like register it if needed, but is it worth making a wheel for that? That I'm not sure about. So far, auto bleep is just a repo that you would like pull down and run locally. I have not thought about making it more portable than that. But okay, I think I get it. So yeah, I need some food in my belly. We need to figure this part out real quick. Who is streaming right now? Who's even going? The Commander's going right now? He is. I don't see many other people going in the category either. Let me double check. We have rated the Coppinger somewhat recently, so I just want to make sure there's not someone else that deserves it more. Not deserves it, but you know what I mean, right? That we haven't rated recently. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Coppinger is a great stream to go raid. Yep, good call. Let's do it. Yeah, he's awesome. Super cool dude. Again, really nice to have you back, Ryan. I take at least half the blame of the friction before. Yeah, we see some people over there that we totally saw here. Coffee and Coding, some others too. No. Again, I take at least half the blame. So, glad to have you back. But yeah, let's go see what the Coppinger's up to. I really like his aesthetic, the whole Windows 95 like theme and everything, or Windows XP. That's it. Yeah, it's really good. Let's go see what he's up to. He's doing some design stuff, it looks like right now, and implementing it into his application. Yeah, the nostalgia's killing it. Everyone over on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. I'll see you again tomorrow, right? And yeah, today was mostly about research, you know, scaffolding out some of the project. We'll go hot and heavy on some of the code tomorrow to actually get this thing working. And yeah, should be a fun stream tomorrow. So, see ya. We landed on Arrow as our library, by the way. So yeah, gonna be good. Later.